Okay, I've got all my coughing out the way today before I switch the microphone on. It's clever, that, isn't it? Genius, me. Welcome in, boys and girls. Good morning. Morning, good morning. Hope we are well. Gonna get some Decor relisted nice and fast. Oh, I've still got half of me drops icon back on. Drops icon back on. Where's me? There's the Spotify info. Boom. And that one up in the corner as well. Wonderful stuff. Excellent. Good morning. It's Friday. It's nearly the weekend. Checked out the Endeavours yesterday. They were interesting. I don't know if I should apologise that I've locked everybody in the guild into Mechagon for the next month. As I was looking into this a little bit yesterday, it doesn't really appear that there's any way to undo undo the choice of an Endeavour or to pick another one. So we're just going to have to be absolutely giga-chads and just blast Mechagon. Get the bar filled. Get the bar filled, right? And see what we can do. Some people have been chipping away at it last night, which was nice to see. It'd be nice to at least hit the first milestone in the next day or so. That way we can slowly but surely push further and further. 38 days, though. This is going to take us into the launch of Midnight. I didn't realise it was such a commitment picking Mechagon, but it should be fine. We should be good. We can tinker with cleaning up the neighbourhood. We can tinker with being good neighbourhood people. We track that one. These are repeatables, aren't they? Chickens. We can do chickens. We can do air jets. We can do cleaning up the place and then hopping in air jets. You can do that to just slowly chip away at this bar, apparently. But today, we're going to jump back onto the beta once I've got some auctions listed. That's the main plan for me this morning, get the auctions listed. Mechagon 1 has a cheese. Do I understand it? No, but the dude with the maxed out one said something about multi-boxing and oil slicks. Yeah, probably running around doing these oil slicks on 5 tunes just in a train in your neighbourhood is probably a pretty efficient way to get it done. Which in theory is not out of the realms of possibility for me to do. It just means I need to do it. Yes, running around cleaning up oil slicks. Used it to max it out in a day. And then you used it again to max out the Dracthea one. Oh, yeah, of course, because you could probably set up another... Yeah, you could use your other neighbourhood. Maybe that's a Giga Chad move, isn't it? To take your team of multi-boxes into somebody else's neighbourhood. Just clean up shop. It seems cheeky, but... Too bad the Niffen one doesn't have cheese. They sniff the cheese, that's why. They sniffed that cheese. Right, bad jokes aside. Right, let's get auctions relisted. Let's log the bank characters in. Actually, for this, we should probably just go dunk. Hello? Computer? Maybe I shouldn't have done that while it's trying to... There we go. Maybe I shouldn't do that while they're all trying to load. This should be a quick and easy repost because everything's... Oh, 50k! Hello!
Let's make sweet
I was too quick there.
Together.
Dalaran Runic Anvil, 50k. Get in my belly. Boink. Kahani, my man, welcome in. With a 47. Happy pizza day to you too, my friend. Thank you very much. Yes, it is Friday. Pizza day is on the cards. The wife has been in the office literally all day every day this week. So I'm absolutely ready for it to be pizza day. I am bored sick of walking dogs and cooking my own food. That's shocking behaviour. Absolutely shocking behaviour. So I think some pizza and some beers is on the cards tonight. Got me confused. I thought I somehow unfollowed you. Apparently, I was checking the other channel. Oh, you're on the 24. Yeah, the 24/7 channel. Yeah, I'm trying to limit the element of confusion between the two. Obviously, they need to be similar enough that people understand that they are synergistically linked, but they need to be different enough that they don't. This is why I put the overlay on the 24/7 stream. Easy, the 24/7 one's got ads. Well, not if you're a turbo user. Not if you're a turbo user. I still can't believe there are people that spend as much time on this platform as they do and don't have Twitch Turbo. I have not seen an ad on this platform in ever. Literally ever. Now, of course, I'd much prefer if you subbed to me directly to remove the ads. But if you watch even a modicum of other streamers apart from myself, Turbo is the best, like $12 or wherever it is. Significantly better value than a Netflix subscription these days. Turbo is absolutely goated. I not only have Turbo, but I'm also simultaneously subbed to a whole bunch of channels as well. I think I spend about $50 a month at least on Twitch, just on subs and Turbo combined. But I spend half my life on it. So, you know, as hobbies go, it's basically free. It's not bad. Maybe adding a rebroadcasting overlay or something. I mean, there literally is. There literally is. Is it so subtle that people have missed it? Surely not. Is it truly that subtle that people have missed the overlay? You know, is it past broadcasts says which broadcast it is? Stream title, the whole shebang. Like I said, I've tried to do a reasonable amount to ensure that it is clearly different, but maybe I need to do a bit more. I guess the fact that I know there's a lot of people that use my stream and have told me this to my face, that a lot of people use my stream like basically as a podcast in the background. They're not proactively watching what it is I'm doing so much, is maybe why an overlay isn't enough, but why give my money to Uncle Sam when I can give it back to Twitch? You claim it's write-offs, do you? I don't think I can get away with that in Finland. I do claim a few things as tax write-offs, such as my internet connection in the first place, but I'm not sure I can get away with subs to other channels as tax write-offs. It's difficult to justify. How are we doing, Woo? Welcome in, good morning. Any reason why I don't see a single person advertising on the service channel since pre-patch? Shh! Don't complain about it. Don't complain about it. Probably on the basis of that all, you know, services only are offered by people who figure out how to offer services. In theory, it should take them time to figure out how to do all this stuff again with the level squish and everything.
Is that your wallet? Or are you just glad to see me? Both, I hope.
Ah, Soft Kitty with a sub. Thank you very much. Good morning. Welcome in. Yo, first message and a sub all within a few seconds and a follow. Wow, that is absolute genius level. Thank you very much. Good morning. They changed the rules. They're much tighter now. The one advertising has to be the participant of the boost. They can't do any type of cross-realm boosting. Yeah, that's not a new rule either. They've had that implemented for like a couple of years at this point. The reality is, though, is it doesn't stop people. And the problem is because it's just not policed. It's just not policed. It's if Blizzard did a better job of, you know, swatting the offenders, it'd be alright. Over from YouTube, been following for some time. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Yeah, we also kicked off the YouTube season again yesterday. Little video I half promised I would do, giving Goblin Toolbox a little bit of bonus exposure. Cracking little add-on, who's done a great job and is continuing to do a great job. TSM guide, please. I've been thinking for a while, is it worth doing a revisited TSM guides? One, because the TSM guides on my channel are probably like 4 or 5 years old at some point. My perspective is that nothing really has changed, but, you know, sometimes you can redecorate without justification, can't you? You just want, you know, new lick of paint. An overview of refresh to TSM, especially now people are using it for decor, I suppose. Even though, I mean, the last couple of years I've not really worried about doing TSM stuff because I haven't really recommended people use TSM. Only now with decor being a thing again does it make sense to dust it off and start using it again. So yeah, maybe. But I think before I get into things like TSM guides, we're going to majoritively, is that a word? It is now, I've made it up. I think it's mostly going to be beta related content until Midnight's launch and probably thereafter, to be honest. And we can do things like TSM guides and stuff in the off seasons where I struggle for ideas to do other more interesting stuff. That makes sense. I've got into what I actually believe is a very bad habit of now, like, just parking YouTube when we're in the off season. I used to have this like outrageous level of fear with YouTube that the second I stopped posting videos there, the channel would just die an absolute death. And to a degree, that is and probably was true a few years ago. But I think I've established enough of a foundation of an audience now that I can not post a video for 3 months. And, you know, while it's not the best thing to do, I can still then post a video and people are like, oh, a month this video. It's not like people are mass unsubscribing as soon as I stop posting videos, for example. And the relevancy of the content doesn't really seem to change that much if I do take a break from it. So it is a bit of a bad habit to have, it is slightly a bad habit to have got into. I should be more consistent with it, but I've never liked posting a video just for the sake of posting a video, you know? Oh my god, you've popped off the hype train seems to turn up so randomly on Twitch at the moment. Little train should be coming in. Where's me train? There's me train. There he is. There he is. Welcome in, fella. Choo choo. All aboard, boys and girls. All aboard. Love me, the little choo choo. What are the dogs doing? They're still playing with a tennis ball. being triggered by chat activity. Clearly. A sub and a lot of chatters will trigger. Oh, okay. So it's not just based on subs and bits and stuff anymore. Interesting. Interesting. Right. Emote mode. Spam. No, we're not going that route. Not going that route.
Let's make
But if you want on the hype train,
profit together.
if you want to join the hype train, dig out those Twitch primes. Just like that, alive with a 42. Thank you very much. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. All aboard. There's no room on the train. It's full. No, test it. Trust me. We'll get another carriage on the go. We can hit another carriage, I swear. You know, baby trains are cute. I'm tempted to make the train much bigger, actually. I'm tempted to make him much bigger. There we go. He's more visible now. Chugging along. Another 12k on this realm. 12k on this realm. 12 seems to be the magic number. 614. Something selling everywhere is good. There's a lack of the profession treasure videos at the moment. Well, I think a lot of people, myself included, would be holding off on doing them because we haven't found them all. It's difficult to do a video on them until you've like found them all. I can absolutely categorically guarantee you K-Chak will do a this is every single video for this is every treasure for every profession video at some point. I think he did that for the War Within and it did pretty well for his channel. I know Goldson has started doing some for the professions to which are complete, where we have found all the treasures. But we are still missing some. There has been a new beta build though, so there's the possibility they've been implemented and just need to be found. That said, one of the members of the community that's running around trying to find them says they've already done a sweep of the new build and has struggled to find any of the missing ones. But we are still missing a few. Which is another one of those things that's kind of quite scary that we're missing them at this point in the expansion. It's almost getting to be one of those things that if people know where they are, they're going to hide them as if it's some sort of weird secret. To try and inch an advantage out over other people who don't know where they are. It's never really been my goal particularly to keep secrets with goal making. A, because I don't really think they particularly exist, because everybody plays the same game. Secondly, it just feels a bit weird. Can you data mine them? You can data mine their existence. That's how we know which ones we're missing. What we can't do, though, is data mine their locations. Oh, Amlams has lost a tennis ball. That's why she's playing over there. I was going to go help her. But yeah, we are missing a few. We're missing a few. 15 seconds on the hype train, boys and girls, by the way. If you want in on the chew, want some bonus emotes.
Are you just glad to see me? Both, I hope.
Yo, Chris, just in the nick of time. There we go. You got your own carriage to yourself there, my friend. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Just in the nick of time. What chew emotes do we get this time? What's this time? What's this chew emote? Shouldn't the new carriage join at the back? Hey, it's a magic train. Don't question the magic train. Goblins do things in their own special way. Right, open you. Open you. Thank you for the hype train, though, boys and girls. I appreciate it. Wait, 25,000 gold? Is that the only thing I've posted? Is that the only piece of decor I have? Literally one piece of decor for sale. One piece of decor sold. 100% sale rate on auctions on this realm. I am really running out of stock, I think. I should not have reasonably large realms with one piece of decor on them. One, two, three, four. Do you flip anything else other than decor? Well, I do, yeah. I'm just not relisting it at the moment. And this is there's no justification for this really, other than I'm just trying to keep my data at the moment decor focused. Which the easiest way to filter that out and categorize that is just to basically only sell decor right now. I'm going to start relisting all of my regular flipped items though, because I'm not losing gold, but I'm not gaining gold by doing it either. So I need to start relisting everything. I wonder if Goblin Toolbox can show the population size, full, medium, low, etc. I'm not sure that's an API call. I think that sort of question has been asked before. What you can do is there's the notes section. You can always write what the server population is in the notes. I think that becomes a solution to that problem. Any chance you can explain how to pick what to flip other than decor? How long have you got? Yeah, that's really not a question that's very easy to answer because there's tens of thousands of items in the game. When there's so many items in the game, it falls down to goblin knowledge. Over time, you just need to learn what people might want, what is a good deal. You know, the real world example of this is somebody saying, tell me what stocks I should buy. Well, the answer is you buy the stocks that you think are worth it. And that's where the skill in it comes from. I mean, I can tell you general categories: pets, recipes, transmog, mounts, that sort of stuff. But the reality is like me telling you a list of items isn't really that helpful, because if I tell you and then I tell everybody, and it becomes public information, and then everybody looks for those, and then much like most things, they fall flat on their face. But what you need to do is you need to decide for yourself what something is worth. That's the better thing to work out. Any single item in the game is potentially something that you can flip. But the question is the price you can buy it at cheaper than the price that you think somebody else will buy it at? And the only way you can come to that conclusion is by, you know, digging down into what is that item actually worth, not to you, but to somebody else. Why would somebody else buy it? What type of player would buy it? When would they buy it? What sort of incentive would there need to be for them to buy it? You know, mounts are obvious. People like mounts. People like collecting mounts. Hey, come on now, relax. Hey. Ipso. Sula. Sula, no, come on. Sula. Sula. Come on. Relax. Hey. Relax. Hey there. Dogs are going mental. So yeah, the reality is basically anything can be flipped. I have a hierarchy. of things I will buy. If there's a mount that's cheap, and by cheap I mean if it's like, you know, 20-30% discount off the regional sale price, I'll probably buy that mount because I know categorically I will resell that mount. It's not a case of if, it's a case of when. Mounts will always sell if you can list them for the right value. So if you can get a bit of a deal on a mount, absolute cast iron, pretty much rock solid investment. Pets are probably next on that list. Periodically, because it's also another big collector item. Pets are one of those things that do steadily sell. Once again, it's price dependent, but if you see a deal on a pet, they're still good. Flipping pets is one of the most almost old school ways of making lots of gold in this game now. It's something that you could do at scale way before the region-wide auction house was even a thing. So some of the multi-millionaires, some of the billionaires in this game have done it very much off the back of pets because it was feasible to do but not easy to do basically forever. So yeah, recipes I like as well. Profession recipes is a popular one of mine. I like buying and reselling profession recipes, but this is because I have probably a higher than average level of understanding of what recipes people might want. By proxy of being a bit obsessed with the professions for 20 years. So my own personal knowledge there gives me a bit of an advantage of knowing what's a deal and what's not. Flip, you know, it's a common concept with gold making that the good way to start is to start with what you know. People always say, what professions should I pick up? And I'm like, well, what things do you buy? What professions you should have on your character should probably be focused towards benefiting yourself first, and then you can sell the spares to everybody else. If you're frequently buying potions and you're always buying enchants to gear up your characters because you play 7 different characters and you're 3,000 plus rated in Mythic Plus every season, then, well, I suggest you probably start with alchemy and enchanting because you clearly already know them very well. And that's an advantage. I tell you that inscription is the best thing since sliced bread, but you've never crafted a glyph in your life, then you're still not going to know what to do with enchanting, with inscription. So start with what you know, and the same concept with flipping, really. I raided into the VOD channel last night, and in the VOD you thanked me for a resub. The timing was great. I did see you'd raided in. Thank you for that, by the way. That was ironic timing for sure. Right, let's see if we can fight through few realms a little bit quicker. Steady sales across most of them. Not humongous in value, but good enough to make the adventure worthwhile. Is beta Dawn Crafting getting updated? We hope so. We all hope so. It's not, though, that the skill is too high. It's more often that the nodes in the Spectre are bugged. If the nodes in the Spectre weren't bugged, I think the maths would start to make sense. But there is actually also some other things that the skill is also still set what we believe to be higher than it should be. Our hope is that Blizzard agrees that they're higher than they should be, and it's not a design thing. Never know. think personally you should leave the golden borders from the stream. The little box with the text can stay. Yeah, I only put those there because I really wanted to try and make it clear and obvious that this is a past broadcast and not live. You know, I'm trying to make sure that that's as clear as possible, and making it look different to the normal stream in some way was how I was thinking about going and doing that. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. The whole thing, it's a mini trial and error project at the moment. If it ends up being something that people enjoy, people utilize, then we'll keep it up and running. Now I know I know people will enjoy the giveaways. There's no denying that if I give away 1 million gold on that for that channel every month, that will keep people interested for sure. What I would need to do if I want to keep going down that route, though, is be slightly more creative with the giveaways, because I only have gold on EU. So one of the reasons I wanted to set the VOD channel up in the first place is due to the fact that my stream live is at a terrible time slot for most NA. It's in the middle. We're literally streaming in the middle of the night if you live in America. Which, sure, if you're a night owl, works fine, but it means the vast majority of Team NA basically doesn't even know I stream. Now, of course, they can come to Twitch and they can check the VODs, and they can, if they make a deliberate effort to come and find the VOD, they can catch the VOD. But I wanted to offer something that, may pop up in their follower list and they go, oh, a Manthea stream. Dunk. Provide an element of discovery. See if it works or not, though. We'll give it a month or something. Hey, no barking. No barking. Can you make gold with fishing? Well, of course you can, as long as you can get people to buy the fish. It's rarely considered a top tier way of making gold. It's very straightforward. It's arguably very low effort. Low effort, low reward. But of course it works. Every fish you pull from the water is value that you didn't have before. You just got to hope you can pull up a bunch of fish. Have the year and the expansion of the VOD written somewhere can help make it more obvious it's not live too. It is. It's there. It's in the title. It's in the stream title. The date of the VOD. Anybody else notice that TSM kicked out a few items from their original groups, and now I have to add them back in manually? I believe this is because of the item level squish. Items that you add to groups by item level have obviously now all changed. All of the materials have worked. Sorry, have been reworked. So there's a good chance that this is not a generic rule, but some of them will have changed enough that TSM would have had to have, make a change there. And in theory, it should all work fine. In theory, it should all work fine. But something as dramatic as an item level squish, yes, your group structure, if you have grouped things by item level, is worth paying attention to and being careful with, because changes have happened. Pricing data on transmog is going to be all over the place as well, because of the item level squish. In many cases, you might find that it looks like sales data and stuff, like feels as if it's been reset and stuff. It's gonna be a little bit weird. Transitions like this, just, you know, big significant game changes like an item level squish, it just takes add-ons a time to, you know, especially data that TSM has. It's going to take a while for it to rebalance itself all out and become useful again. It's not possible to lock XP at 70 now. You can lock XP, but you can go to the NPC and lock your character level at any level, I think. Yeah, you can probably lock your character level at any level you want now. But of course, if you lock your character using the NPC to prevent you from gaining experience, you also get the debuff. Because accounts without the current expansion do actually have access to the War Within right now. The new level, you know, the new free cap is going to be level 80. At 70, it's still not available yet. They may not have added that or fixed that. It could be another bug. I don't know. Maybe Blizzard need to do something behind the scenes then to lift the limit on that. Pre-patch is always broken, but this is the reason, right? I know there's a huge amount of people who are both A, frustrated, and B, complaining about all the shit that's broken right now. I know there's been a huge amount of people really just very disappointed, disappointed in the state in which the patch has launched. But I'd want to try my best to remind people this is exactly why we have a pre-patch. This is exactly why they've given us all of the systematic changes of Midnight a month before Midnight launches. The reason they do this is because in the past, they've just given us the expansion and it's all been this level of broken on the expansion launch. This is 116,000 gold. Hello. This is exactly the reason we have a pre-patch. It's so that shit can be broken now in order for it to work properly, or for the most part, work properly when Midnight launches, when the expansion actually goes live. So I would much, much, much rather shit be completely broken and borderline unplayable now, so that Blizzard can go, oh Christ, we need to fix this as a priority, than have a Warlords of Draenor scenario where the game just doesn't work for a week on an expansion launch. Black Rock Weapon Rack, 37,000 golds. A Forge for 28. Fountain for 20. 116,000 on one realm. Yoink. So if stuff is busted at the moment, it's a touch of a frustration, I know. But make it known that something is broken. You know, posting on the forums and stuff is a good way to highlight it to Blizzard that stuff is broken. But try and not be too complainy about the fact that things are broken. Stating that something is broken is fine, but you know, pointing fingers and calling names and raging because something is broken is not really necessary at the moment. People need to chill. You know that the new Disenchanting Crystals for Midnight was available on the auction house? Yeah, that happens every expansion. That happens every time we get a pre-patch. It's usually for a couple of reasons. Apparently, people are able to get into Eversong Woods, which, you know, should in theory be locked off now, but it's in the game. The zones are there, we just are not able to go there. But apparently some people figured out how to get there, which of course meant they were able to get loot from there, which meant they were able to disenchant items from there. Hence why some materials end up on the auction house. Enchanting materials often creep up because of how disenchanting works. If mobs, because of just how cross-pollinated the entire game is now, especially with things like scaling, it's very easy, I would imagine, for items to start dropping in zones at level 80, which are behind the scenes in the database tagged as midnight items, and then they disenchant into midnight materials. This is why nearly every time pre-patch turns up, we start seeing a small amount of next expansion disenchanting mats turn up. Because like I said, the zones are there, the content is there, we're just not allowed to go play it yet. They're in the game files, your client has already downloaded them. Bob the intern is working overtime. I feel for Blizzard at this time of the year. Obviously, it should, in theory, be an exciting time. You know, the run up to an expansion launch. You know, you've been working on a project for years and years and years, and it's about to be released to the public. It's exciting time in that respect, but the term crunch is very real, I would imagine. Imagine if you're a Blizzard dev right now working on retail World of Warcraft, you are putting in some hours. Don't care about bugs and such, but they've destroyed my UI and made my class shit. Well, yeah, class changes are painful. It's another systematic issue of pre-patch, isn't it? That we've had all of the class changes and everything, and some people are feeling wildly overpowered, and some people are feeling like wildly underpowered. But it's because we're missing 10 levels, we're missing talents, and we're missing a whole bunch of gear. Please change the icon for the 24-hour stream. I can give it a slightly different logo. I need to. One thing I have been considering doing is remaking the logo for the channel. Which, if I do make a newer variant of it, can maybe make a subtle but different one for the 24/7 stream. But the 24/7 stream's a test at the moment. It's not planned to be a permanent fixture. It's designed to see if people value it, you know? If it's of use to people, it can stick around, and if ultimately nobody cares for it, we can switch it off. But yeah, making a slight adjustments to make sure it's as clear as possible that it's not the main channel. Little things I need to figure out still is it's probably sensible for me to raid from the 24/7 channel to the main channel when we go live. I tried doing that yesterday, but for some reason it didn't work. I need to figure out the logistics of that. Maybe the channel's too new to do raiding or something, I'm not sure. You know, I've got to figure this out myself. Sadly, it's usually the dev team that are on the receiving end of crunch, not the management bit that are responsible for the budget cuts and the rush. Well, it's because the devs do the grunt work, isn't it? That's the point, right? Managers manage. Made 100k yesterday on the 2 new alchemy decors. Finally feel like a little micro goblin. Hey, fair play. Good effort. I've not added them into my flow yet. I need to get those on my alchemist, actually. Shit always flows downwards. It does. Which is why most people have the natural inclination to climb the ladder. Welcome to business. Paid for my transmog with it. Haven't they? They've said something about transmog, haven't they? They've said they're going to reduce the cost of transmog a touch, and also give some freebies or something. There'll always be people that scream and shout. It's a little bit too much, you know. It's a little bit too late for that now. But like, they've listened at least, and they're not trying to gouge people on transmog. But yeah, moving from a item based transmog system to a slot based system, the transition I do think could have been a little bit smoother. Okay, we've not got too many more realms to go, but I'm once again very content with the fact that we've had almost sales on every realm. I don't think we're going to come anywhere near the number we did on Wednesday. We did like 1.4 million on Wednesday, which was bananas for midweek worth of sales. We actually broke our daily decor. Well, nah, that's a lie. My daily decor record is like 4 mil, but like that was because 2.2 million of it came from one server. But outside of that statistical anomaly, 1.4 mil in a single day was my record up until this point. Unless we need magic to happen on these last 16 realms for us to get anywhere near that, but it's really nice to see that stuff does still just, you know, trickle sell. Clearly pre-patch is and this is kind of what I've been thinking about Decor for a while. The Decor's going to be like player housing stuff is going to get thrown at us like permanently for the next entire expansion. Every day, every week, every month, something Decor player housing wise is going to be at the forefront of our attention. And the result of that is that Decor will continue to plod along very nicely, I think. Very nicely indeed. Look at the gold per hour values on my bankers at the moment, for example. Going to show that, like, flipping the decor is not super duper mega time consuming and clearly worth it. Time it takes me to relist the auctions for the amount of sales that we get, the amount of time it takes per realm, it's not bad. Not bad at all. Especially if the store sale, it'll be thrown at us forever, especially if the store sales will be good. Yeah, as soon as they launch this Hearth Steel and start selling stuff on the store as well. There's just so much scope for it. So much scope for it. If they really play their cards right, they'll have like proper themed, you know. We've had the holiday events in the game forever. Right, and I, for one, have done Brewfest so many times. I'm bored to the sick to my back teeth of doing Brewfest every year, for example. Love is in the Air is basically the flipping same every single year. People have got massively bored with farming for the Love Rocket. Most people who want it have got it by now. If they're really clever about things, they turn around and they have like entire house themed decor packs made available during those holiday seasons. I mean, it's just the obvious direction to go, isn't it? And this will mean that the value in the crafted stuff, or the interest in the crafted stuff, should hopefully stay pretty good. They shouldn't oversaturate it too quickly. No. But it is one of those things that maybe even more so than transmog, to where more is actually more. A greater variety of choice will allow people to be more creative. Transmog, you have, 13 slots to mog out to make an appearance. Player housing is almost infinite in its possibilities. And so a larger collection, a larger database of items to pick and choose from, there's almost no downside to that. The downside is that you actually don't release enough fast enough, because then the current collection of decor becomes stagnant. You need there to be like nearly monthly theme updates just to keep people like, because one person could spend an afternoon redesigning their house into a Christmas theme, and then be happy with the Christmas theme for the month. But then come January, they want to whip out that Christmas theme and they want to put another theme in. So there will be need for a steady trickle of decor into the game. You got to get the neighborhood thing right, though. The Endeavors feels like a reasonably good start. That's a way to get people to work together for a community goal. Now, I have tested and I have played through only one of the Endeavors so far, being the Mechagon one. And while I know it's not really my cup of tea particularly, that is only because there isn't really anything new. It's just go here and do this. From my perspective, I want to be clear. This is my perspective, and this is the downside of playing the game for so many years. When you've played the game for 20 years and done everything in the game already, being told to go and do it again isn't fun. and a checklist of tasks to go and do again isn't particularly fun. But the flip side of that is that people who haven't done Mechagon before, because they only started playing in Shadowlands, have maybe seen people talk about Mechagon and maybe considered going back there before, but they've never really had huge desire to go and do it. They've never fit it into their daily play routine to go and do it. But now there's a good reason to go, and not only is there a good reason to go, their guild are all going and they're all doing it. So now, to a lot of people, going back to Mechagon and doing the Mechagon, daily quests, killing the rares, collecting the stuff and things, if you've never done any of that before, that's really fucking cool. And the fact that, all of your closest people in the game are also potentially doing the same thing. That's really cool. So they've got the right concept there. They've definitely got the right concept. They need to make sure that they mix in enough variety of go and do this old content with go and do this new content stuff as well. My only concern is that I think 40 days is an absolutely outrageous length of time for these. Oh, that was the last realm. I should check the numbers. I'm kind of concerned that 40 days is just like, in World of Warcraft terms, that's flipping forever. Weekly, I can understand it being too short, because there might be some people that only play at the weekends, for example. If your guild raids on a Saturday, if your guild raids on a Friday and a Saturday night, then if the endeavors were only a week, then some people might feel that the only day that they play the game, under normal circumstances, they get one shot to do each of the endeavors, which is, maybe not enough. 2 weeks, I think, would be nice. A month starts to feel too long for a single endeavor, especially when they come around again, right? Especially when you get, it's not going to be too long, let's not forget, before guilds are going to be given 3 options, and they're going to be like, we've done these 3 options, there isn't a new one. And then they're like, oh shit, which one do we unlock again? Hopefully, if there's enough variety of them, that shouldn't happen for hopefully the first year. You would hope at least throughout Midnight, there should always be one that your guild has not done so far as an option. Hopefully, maybe, possibly. So I very much like the concept and the fact that it plays so nicely into player housing. Even though the Endeavor stuff is likely to not be my jam as much, I will probably enjoy the stuff that is new significantly more than the stuff I've already done again, which is probably why my perspective on Mechagon is like slightly lower, because I've already done it. But if there's endeavors that do come along with some new stuff to do as well, it'd be very, very good. Very good system throughout the expansion, I think. Okay, 800k. Not bad for a Thursday. Definitely not bad for a Thursday with no cancel scan or relist or nothing. Half an hour to post the auctions, then walk away. I'll take that. I'll take that. I'm happy with those numbers. Do I need to do much in retail, or can we head straight into the beta now? I probably I'm just going to jump straight into the beta, to be honest. Yeah, I'm probably just going to jump straight into the beta. I think the 40 days is only this time. We will have this one endeavor until the midnight launch. Is that what it is? Are they going to be faster thereafter? my community of 50 people did 13.9% of the progress. 4.2 of that was you. There's also meant to be some sort of scaling involved with this, which probably means that smaller guilds this time round are going to have a hard job of finishing it. But next time and you pick an endeavor, apparently the scaling is meant to go on how many active players, how many players were actively contributing to the last endeavor, and that determines, you know, the difficulty setting, should we say, of the next endeavor you pick. So that might take a couple of times before the behind the scenes tuning makes the endeavors feel comfortable for your guild. It's meant to sort of like rubber band the effort needed to complete them, I think. Pretty sure endeavors are similar to the trading post. Similar kind of fill the bar in each calendar month. This time it's 40 days due to the month being almost over, so they just added the full. Okay. I mean, a 30-day cycle of them, similar to trading posts. If they do it on the monthly schedule as well, I guess that sort of makes sense. The endeavor that your guild and neighborhood, sorry, the endeavor that your neighborhood has active now is going to be active for like another 38 days. Yeah, I might just load straight into the beta at this point. And close these down for now. Let's get the beta up. Let's actually do updates here as well. Beta, update all. Not that I have any of the add-ons switched on the beta, but it might be worth switching some of them on all the same. Tasks have diminishing returns, so they don't reset weekly. Say Arcane Acrobat 75 points, then tomorrow it's 55, and so on and so on. The repeatable ones diminish down the more times you do them. It's to, you know, to incentivize you to do the things you haven't done much of first. And if you just mass spam one, then you get less reward for mass spamming that one. Okay, we had a new beta build the other day. Somebody mentioned that jewel crafting was fixed. That said, do I want to spend another day doing jewel crafting? I have looked at jewel crafting in quite some level of detail the last few days. But if prospecting is up and running, it's worth maybe poking about with it. Or hang on, let me at least have a look. That's probably the sensible thing. Let me at least have a look to see if it has been fixed. And if it has been fixed, I can put it on the to-do list to finish this week. To go and poke about this week. Maybe not necessarily today. I need to start putting some serious notes together for the deep dives. Hello? Oh, massive reduction in recipe difficulty. Huge reduction. Still not able to guarantee it, though. So what's gone on here, then? Have they changed these nodes? These still theoretically give you skill. I wonder if this character's now booked. I wonder if this character's just... Oh! No, 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 of course. I had quality 1 selected. Aha. So they do look to be fixed. You need absolute full build to be 1 skill point ahead on prospecting copper. Copper, silver, tin. Obviously, you can never get thorium to the point where you can guarantee quality 2 out of thorium because you're arguably not meant to be able to prospect. You're not going to be prospecting thorium. Something's got to have gone horribly wrong for you to prospect thorium. Okay. Well, that's cool. We can then arguably look at seeing if they fix that. There's the possibility they fix some of the rates behind the scenes as well. That's pretty beefy for 40% resourcefulness. Hot damn. I checked out alchemy, tailoring, and jewel crafting a couple of weeks ago. What I figured then. Oh yeah, you could math it out. You could figure it out by working out what skill points in the tree weren't giving you what you were meant to be getting, but... let me put some of this out the way for now.
Keep your ear to the ground.
Now, in theory, what we can get is some baseline results. Give me these ones.
Go in peace.
Hey, how you doing? Be good.
I've not got auto loot switched on. Now, I've not looked in great detail. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ah, can we not get a bigger bag? Is there not a 40 slot reagent bag?
What do you want?
Swear somebody somewhere was selling a 40 slot reagent bag. 36 slot. What have we got? Ah, I want a 40 slot one. Damn. Alright.
Watch over you.
It's 10,000 of each ore. One no time to put some auctions. Also posture check. Thank you, Lady Daisy. Yes, my posture's usually terrible. I end up shrimping real hard. Resourcefulness tool, fully decked in. Everything, everywhere. Let's get some baseline stats off copper. Crafting speed, we're at 55%. Are we going to be able to juice that in any way, shape, or form? Not easily on the beta, unless somebody over here happens to sell the vial of the quick hands potions, which I can't imagine they've put on here, have they? They're not going to have done that. This time round, I don't think there's any buffs for crafting, is there? I don't think there's any buffs. There's some buffs for gathering that come from cooking, if I remember correct, but I don't think there's any buff potions or anything we need to be worrying about this time. They got rid of vials.
Farewell.
Have you come to trade?
Okay, we're going to just have to live with 55% speed for this then.
Remember, everything has its use.
Right, let's get some science on the go. Right, glass, stone, then gems. Do I just record this data for now? At some point we'll have to put all of this in spreadsheets and figure all of this shit out. Wait, hold on. Why is it taking it from here? Why is this number not going down? Right, whatever. UI glitches. I'm trying to be as careful as possible to make sure that I only prospect the ore that's in my bags. Is it time to get the spreadsheet on the go? I don't plan to have a very in-depth spreadsheet for this expansion. But one for some basic rates on things is going to be needed. That in there. The midnight one. Ta-da! Ta-da! Right, how are we getting on back over here? We chunking through this first stack yet? The quantity of craft should stop pretty soon. Then that'll leave us our resourcefulness. 40% resourcefulness. 4 out of 10 times you get 30% saving. So 4 out of 10 times you save 2 ore. So you should... What you're looking at, about 80 to 150 ore. I don't know what the maths is on that. What the stack should end up being at 168. Oh, what's going on here? Okay, it's now pulling from that stack correctly. No, now it's pulling from this stack. Why did it do that? It's annoying. That's already scuffed everything. This is why I need to not have materials in the war bank. Um, 1,000 copper, though, gave us 8 diamonds, which already is a scary proposition. Just real quick time. That's already a very scary proposition. I clearly need to not have mats in the war bank for this. Or in the bank in general. It's going to screw with my numbers.
Yo.
Apparently I don't. So where is it pulling that information from? Oh. Aha. Sneaky. Sometimes the fact that it can craft from your bank and from your war bank is a frustration that you would rather it not do. When you're trying to get accurate numbers. Okay, we need to start that again then. Gives me time to get the sheet in order. I might steal my prospecting page from one of my other sheets. There was me saying we weren't going to start with jewel crafting and prospecting, but... Heh. I lied. I'm sorry. Shoot me. This foundational data will be very worth having. Diamond-shaped squirrels, yeah, literally.
What's up?
Looking for something special? Goodbye.
This should now mean when we do prospecting, this should be neat and tidy and organised. Why is it still... Oh, because these are the quality one. Yeah, okay. Okay. Right, start again. Now, of course, these rates and these results are going to be based on you having full build. Which is where I'm going to have to base my knowledge and information. Because that will be the most useful information for the longest of time, right? There will be the assumption, after not that long of a period of time, that you are just full build. Where's my Goblin Guide to Dragonflight? Where's my Dragonflight cheat sheet? My Dragonflight cheat sheet is actually probably... my Dragonflight cheat sheet is probably the good place to steal the prospecting page from. Why reinvent the wheel? Why reinvent the wheel? That said, maybe the War Within variation is better, because the War Within one has quality attached to it. Prospecting the War Within. Maybe not too much of this is going to be useful. The data rates for prospecting quality 1 ore are going to be very different to when you start guaranteeing it on quality 2. Let's copy it in principle. Copy it in principle. And I can decide if it's the best way to do it or not. So, copper ore. It's not called copper, is it? Let's give it its proper name. Refulgent copper. Ah, sod it. We all know it's copper. Copper ore. Quality 2. What are the actual options we get from this? There's only 4 different colours, but we've got the diamond this time, and we've got glass, and we've got stone. So, what's the purple gem called? Perp gem is called Tenebrous Amethyst. Blue gem is called Amani Lapis. Green is called Haranda Peridot. And the red one is a Sanguine Garnet. And there is no cheap, basic, generic orange one. Crushed gemstones are called Dusk Shrouded Stone. No, that's not right. That's not right. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There's no... You're not getting the gems directly from. Pebbles are called Dusk Shrouded Stone. Glass is called Crystalline Glass. Can't type. There's also then the diamond. Eversong diamond. Now that's annoying. We've got 2 that are purple. I don't want 2 that are purple. That messes with the feng shui. Maybe we make the diamonds pink. Messes with the feng shui. Okay, we can do some changes to this. Has the first stack been broken down? Yes. Right, now, please take from this stack and don't start taking it from anywhere else. No. Okay, this is new, by the way. This is new. The game didn't used to do this. The game takes ore seemingly randomly The game seems to take ore seemingly randomly from your inventory. Maybe this is so that it gets rid of that error when you only have half a stack of stuff. Look, it's randomly taking... It took 2 pieces of stone from here, and now it's taking it all from here. Which is an interesting change. OCDs will get triggered this time. Not only is it an OCD triggering thing, it also makes it very difficult to understand what the base rates are. What I like to do when tracking this sort of stuff is discount resourcefulness first, because you can always math in resourcefulness later. And this means that if you have the base rate without resourcefulness, then you can manually simulate what the results would be with different resourcefulness values. That becomes very annoying to do. You can only do it with a stack of, with like 1 stack of ore at a time this time. Because spreadsheeting and simulating different resourcefulness values is actually quite easy to do. Which is why I like to find out how many gems I get from 200 crafts. Or a multiple of 200 crafts, like 1,000 crafts. Knowing that I will get X amount of resourcefulness. Okay, this is going to be annoying. But it's interesting, you put a stack in and it's still, the create all button still caps out at 200, which is the maximum for a single stack. But it will pull from any in your inventory. So I just have to hit the button 10 times. Okay. It's going to be slightly weird to try and get data for, but it's fine. Now the difference we're going to have this time is that why doesn't it do all of the... Why? See, this is where... Okay. We'll do the formatting later, but we can... We're going to see different... We're going to have to take quality into consideration when we do the data collection on quality 1 ore, right? Or is it always... Is there no chance for quality 2 gems now at all when prospecting quality 1 ore? That's actually my next question before we get too scientific. Oh, I wonder if it's got something to do with the fact that we've got combined bags. I wonder if it's an order. No, because look where this is. Why is it taken 2 copper from the end here? Weirdly. I think it might be a combined bags bug. Okay. I want some quality 1 ore, actually.
I have just the thing.
I want to smash a bunch of quality 1 ore. I want to see if there is any chance whatsoever of getting quality 2 gems when you prospect quality 1 ore. Because if there is, it makes the maths more complicated. Which is good, because I like more complicated. Where's our quality 1 copper? Gonna need a lot of boxes, aren't I?
Been expecting you.
How you doing, judges? They welcome in.
We shall meet again.
A lot of hard work to get just 1,000 flipping.
Traveler.
You not buy a quantity of these? Right, spam click it is.
That bag is full.
Walk with the earth.
I know you can macro this sort of stuff, but it has the requirement for me to actually be bothered to make the macro. Okay, there's a stack of that anyway.
Peace, friend.
Right, is there any chance then, when smushing quality 1 ore, is there any chance whatsoever that you get quality 2 gems out of this? Or quality 2 anything for that matter? If the absolute only way to get quality 2 gems is by prospecting quality 2 ore, I like that outcome. It does make prospecting more simplistic, but I like that outcome. So ultimately, that will mean the only way to possibly get quality 2 diamonds is by prospecting quality 2 ore, or by concentrating, or by... In fact, yeah, that would be the only way. There's no constant... Like, I mean, you could be absolutely mental and you could press concentrate here, but with the such low chance of you'd of actually getting a diamond in the first place, you'd be mental to even consider that. But okay, quality 1 ore will only give you quality 1 diamonds. Sure. We can work with that maths. What would be good for concentration alts? As it currently stands, pretty much whatever worked in the War Within will continue to work in Midnight. Enchanting still very good. Dawn crafting is going to have reasonable options. Alchemy making flasks will still work well. There's not really huge dramatic changes to concentration from the War Within. We had 8 diamonds jump out of a single stack of quality 2 ore. We're halfway through and we're on 3, so we're kind of on track, plus or minus, to get about 8 diamonds a stack. once full build. So 1,000 times the cost. Let's assume that it's 25 gold a piece for quality 1 ore. That's 25,000 gold for a stack of ore. Divide that by 8. Quality 1 diamonds could still be 3,000 gold a piece. And that means then, if quality 1 copper is 25 gold a piece, let's say in the first couple of weeks, is there that much knowledge points? How many knowledge points is available? I mean, I'm using napkin maths here, but this is what we can spreadsheet all of this in a minute and do some proper testing. But let's say quality 2 ore ends up being 50 gold a piece. Because while it is going to be readily available week 1, it will be a bit more expensive than quality 1 ore. So that would make that 50,000 gold a stack. Divide that by 8. You're looking at then 6,000 gold for quality 2 diamond. So a 3,000 gold difference in price between a quality 1 and a quality 2 diamond is where your value for concentration comes in on cutting the diamonds. So that would mean, but that's still not huge, is it? That's still not huge because you only need 1 diamond per cut. You got a 3,000 gold saving here, but you got to remember you're only doing 1 of these every 4 days. You'd also need to figure out what the price difference between quality 1 and quality 2 prisms would be. That's a little bit more difficult to napkin math at the moment. But let's say there's another 1,000 gold difference between a normal and a high quality prism. That's 4,000 gold. Your concentration is going to make up 4,000 gold on a diamond. But the reality is you only get 1 diamond every 4 days. That means jewel crafting concentration is worth 1,000 gold a day to you. Which means a single alt is 30k a month. Or in other words, you would need 10 jewel crafters doing diamonds to make a token a month. It's alright. It's not bad. But it's not the war within numbers. It's not war within. And now, like I said, this is very rough napkin maths with me making some very broad assumptions to the price of base materials, but it's we did actually burn through an entire stack and only end up with 4 diamonds there, so maybe 8 was a higher multiplier. This is why your data is important. But that was very rough napkin maths. That's an indication that you would probably still need about 10 concentration alts to work towards 10 concentration alts to work towards token, and that would also be assuming that the token comes down in value as well because it's the start of an expansion. But okay, we now know that for the purpose of data collection and doing maths and calculating shit, we want same again, quality 2. The only thing that changes is... The only thing that changes here is the quality of what comes out of it. Oh, quality 2 is going to be quality 2, isn't it? Make sure they're all named the right thing. Means I can do smart Excel related stuff. later. Make sure that they're all... we need to remove a row. How is it possible that there's midnight mats on the auction house? There's always, it's just bugs. There shouldn't be technically, but... I've done this the wrong way round, haven't I? I have done this the wrong way round. That should be quality 2 over here, and this lot should be the quality 1 stuff. This is why this sort of stuff takes me forever, because I'm way too OCD about making it look neat and tidy. What are these numbers? That divided by that, these don't make any sense. We'll get rid of these, we'll figure these out in a minute. That's the sum of that lot. Yeah, they make sense. Okay. Dragonflight, huh? Not had many updates. Not had any updates the whole The War Within. What, for the UI? Not really. My UI has stayed pretty much the same throughout. I can figure out the fancy stuff now that I can... Now that I've got the layout in order. Now we can start slamming some numbers in here. I know there's a quicker way to do all of this, but not actually the Excel wizard that people assume I am. Then what we can do is replicate the entire thing. But for tin. And for silver. Which I already have the suspicion is what we will actually be dealing with most. Maths will probably make sense to piss around with prospecting the silver and the tin rather than the... I mean, we'll put thorium in here just for shits and giggles. Thorium doesn't have quality. In fact, thorium will be an interesting... thorium will be interesting from a data perspective, just because most people won't be doing it on live. Because you'll be mental to prospect thorium on live. Had a ton of crashes since the update when I'm flying near objects. Yeah, a few druids have mentioned that flying is a pain in the ass at the moment. Be a slight frustration, but... Oh, actually, curiosity.
What brings you here?
Does prospecting thorium give multiple variations of stuff, or does it always give quality one? Oh yeah, of course we're going to have to deal with the normal and the rare gems, aren't we? Does thorium only ever give rare gems once fully spec'd? If so, that's an easy sheet update. Just rename a few things. Yeah, true, I'm using Google Sheets, not Excel, but... let's burn through a full stack of this just for science. See what's what. You can already tell that we just need to make some slight adjustments here to the names of things. We do purples, which are called what? Oh, it's just the same but flawless. Is that literally all? I hadn't even realised. I'm not going to write flawless a million times, I'm just going to put F. If Blizzard have been that lazy as to just call the rare gems flawless versions of the normal gems, I will also be lazy. Plus, I don't want it to make the column width twice as much for no reason. Purple, blue, green, red, diamonds. Purple, blue, red, green, diamonds. Stone and glass. Glass. God, I'd love it if... Right, somebody needs to make an add-on, right? Here's a crazy idea for an add-on for somebody. Somebody make an add-on which is a spreadsheet in the game. Somebody who's clever, do it. Give me a spreadsheet add-on in the game. Doesn't need to do any fucking fancy shit. It just needs to work with the very, very, very basic rules that Google Sheets and Excel works on. Give me an in-game add-on for a spreadsheet. That add-on will be goated. We got flipping Peggle and Candy Crush and stupid games in WoW. Surely we can have a spreadsheet in game. $41 diamonds from a stack of thorium. And of course our resourcefulness will give us a bunch more of it to prospect. We actually ended up with 205 still spare. But for calculating the rates, that number divided by F49 error? Why are you erroring? A? Oh, it's not exclamation mark, sorry, it's dollar. There we go. No, it is $F, $49. Yep. Oop. Magic. Magic. Right, how are we going to need to change up? How are we going to need to change up silver? I need a full stack of quality 1 silver or a full stack of quality 1 tin. Right, time to open an absolute bajillion fucking boxes.
Walk with the earth, mother.
$500.
The winds
All boxes.
guide you. We shall meet again.
$600. Jesus. This flipping quality 1 ore. Give me quality 1 boxes. I'd have to craft those though.
Go in peace.
I tell you what, getting 10,000 flipping quality 1 ore just to get some preliminary data on it is going to be a task. Might have to offload this work to somebody else.
Expecting you. May the eternal sun shine upon thee.
Hurrah. Oh, wait, you kidding me? Okay. Hang on, have I got another stack of silver somewhere? Tin, even. No. Alright, I landed exactly on 1,000. Alright, fine. Let's smush those up and see what happens. Q1 silver. Full build. Go. 200 crafts of that. Now this is where I'm going to need to change my spreadsheet up because we're probably going to get both normal and flawless versions of the gems, aren't we? Which actually makes collecting the data en masse even more important. Oh! No, because of course you only get certain gems. You only get certain colours, don't you? I'd forgotten. Blue normal, blue flawless. Red normal, red flawless. Diamond. And glass and stone. So it's not that different. We need blue. Blue flawless. Diamond. So this doesn't change things up too much. Still the same quantity of things that it spits out. Same variety, sorry, it's just we'd have to track it a little bit more differently. And then that means this is going to be the same, but the other way around, isn't it? It's going to be tenebrous, flawless, tenebrous, tin, and I guess the green ones. This is just the data collection. Once we've got the data collection down, then we can start doing the fancy things with calculators to figure out at what price you buy ore and what price you then need the stone as well, don't I? What price you buy the ore, what price you sell the gems at, and all that sort of good jazz. Silver rank 2. Reformatting's gone to shit. Okay. How are we doing here? We're nearly through. 7, 6, 5, 2, 1. So we burnt through. What were we cooking? Silver. Kind of forgot. Quality 1 silver. We went through 1,000 of it. What did we get? Regular blues, we got 26. Flawless blues, we got 18. Regular reds, 26. Regular flawless, 23. What's that? 5 diamonds? 167. 217. Do the rates differ between qualities? The same type ore? I don't know. That's why we're going to track them. That's why we're going to test. We do some silver quality 1, and then silver quality 2, and you can do your comparisons. So far, what we can see is that you only get the quality of ore that you're now. Obviously, this is where you got to be careful. All of this is assuming full build. This is all assuming full build. This is assuming you have enough skill to ensure that when you prospect quality 2, you get quality 2 gems. If you're not skilled enough and you're prospecting quality 2 ore and you're only getting quality 2 gems, for starters, you're doing it wrong. This does kind of mean that we are absolutely in an all or nothing situation with gems. You are absolutely going to need to be full build before you even contemplate prospecting quality 2 ore. Is how it feels so far. $F. $F, $36. Should we quickly prospect a stack of quality 2 just for the...
Looking for something special?
just to see if the rates look relatively similar between qualities. I mean, arguably they should. This must be 36. That's cooking. Let me prep a few other. Let's get rid of those so I remember to change them. Equals that column divided by $F $23. Okay, that'll all work. Let's do it for quality 2. Oh. Whoops. Let's not introduce bugs into the spreadsheet before we've even started. Okay, silver 2 stats. Are we nearly done? Are we nearly done? 30 processes left. We want lapis, flawless, normal, flawless, diamond, bone, glass. Okay, four. Whoa, 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 relax. Right, so we've got 14, 18, 21, 30, 11. Stone 226 on 34. Very small sample size of data, but it does actually appear so far that there could actually end up being a difference in chance of the gems. Like, these yields are not even remotely close. It does look like the chances are different between different qualities. Which it doesn't matter, because you spreadsheet the shit out of this and then you do a calculator and the calculator tells you what to do. But, like, it's would be interesting that they've gone that route. But, you know, 1,000 is only 200 crafts. It's a very small sample size at this point. But it is starting to... It does kind of look like there could be... Obviously, until you've prospected 10,000 ore, you're not going to have even remotely good data for things like the diamonds. But the more common gems, and especially the stone and the glass, you should see a pattern forming very quickly. Like, prospect... I'm tempted to do another stack of each just to see what the maths looks like when we do another stack of each, because that was kind of weirdly... That was very weirdly different. And all of this is before we even get to the crushing side of prospecting and jewel crafting. What were we doing? We were pissing around with silver. Give me another stack of silver. 200 more crafts of silver, please. We capped the tickets in the other channel. It stopped at 99. Is it broken, has it? I'm not. Start playing mobile games on my channel. Go away. Well, there's a few people who've got their 10 tickets in. Yours are on 8, Chris. Is it not letting you buy any more tickets? There should be an upper limit of only 10 tickets that you can purchase. And that was deliberate. The problem is my accounts don't qualify to gain coins. I need to undo that, don't I? Because my accounts don't qualify coins. Yeah, I'll have to look at it later. You have 46 monthly coins. You're participating in this giveaway with 8 tickets. Can't buy more tickets. It stopped at 46 coins and hasn't gone up since yesterday. Okay, that's weird. Oh, the number's just gone up. The number's now gone up to 22 tickets purchased. Somebody's able to buy tickets. Somebody's just bought some. Okay. Just DM me on Discord to remind me and I'll look at it later. Not sure why it's doing that. It's all part of the learning experience. Right, we're nearly done here. We're nearly done here. Our second stack of 1,000. This time we have gained. We're looking at flawless, normal, flawless, diamonds. Stone and glass. 23, 21, 29, 24, 14 diamonds this time. And stone is 248, 115. Let's do another stack of quality 1 silver. Oh god, another stack of quality 1 silver. That's easier said than done, isn't it? I forgot the pain of quality 1 ore. Right, boxes. No. Put you back. Go away. You know the stupid thing is this character's going to run out of money just by buying boxes of rocks. Can you lumber now from mounted? Is that a no? That comes in midnight. That comes with midnight's launch.
Walk with the earth.
Just be a druid anyway. Ignore that. Just be a druid. Do your gathering on a druid. Long term, it's very valuable to have a gathering druid anyway. Now's a really, really good opportunity to make one if you don't have one.
Peace, friend.
Inventory is full.
We shall meet again.
Got another stack yet? Not quite.
I have just the thing for you.
At least opening all of these boxes of rocks, I'll end up with a bonus stack of the other ores. Just if I want to do a big batch of 1 in one go, it's going to be a pain.
Go in peace.
More quality 1 lying about anywhere.
What brings you here?
Yeah, we're nearly there.
Ancestors watch over you.
Okay, there we go. At the very least, That's a bonus stack of silver. That's what we're playing with, isn't it? We're playing with silver right now. Right. Silver!
I have just the thing for you.
200 crafts of that. Go. Normal, flawless, normal, flawless, gems. Stone, glass. Flip now, we got 4 diamonds already. We only got 5 diamonds, the entire stack of 1,000 last time, so maybe this just was a really poor yield. Last time I checked, I am in midnight. Okay, well, let me rephrase then. It comes with the next midnight build. The 12.0.5 or 0.1 or whatever it is. It started snowing. We had a little bit of snow yesterday. I'm glad we haven't had too much, because it means I have to go shovel it all when we do. But there wasn't too much this morning. Solo's chasing rabbits or something in his sleep again. You can't see him, he's behind the Twitch drop. He's chasing someone in his sleep. Amlams is guarding the water bowl. Got to train the dogs to dig all the snow to the sides on the walkway. I mean, that would be clever. Look at him go. He's chasing something. Only with his back paws, though. Dumbass. Tried to play the beta today, couldn't progress the main quest line in Fairbreeze Village because a huge tree spawned over the quest target. Really? Huh. Okay, that's odd. Have people still got bugs with the campaign on beta, by the way? Have people figured out how to progress through it yet? Because I know there are some people that haven't even unlocked adventure mode on the beta. That's really hindering their ability to test anything endgame. There's 2 porters there. If you use the upper one, it brings you down to the second, but just inside the tree, enabling you to progress. Oh, okay, so some others have figured it out. Some others have had the same problem. Ouch. How's the profession doing? Working better? It seems to function now, yeah. Like, at least we can get some basic numbers under our belt, at least. Even if it's, quite, you know, I'd have loved to have done this 3 months ago. 31, 27, 28, 15, 11 that time. Okay, that's the... Why are half of these showing as flipping gold values? Okay, I need to reformat half of the sheep, that's fine. 216 and 156. 20% chance of stone, 18% chance on glass. I'm going to assume that's probably going to round out to a, you know, it's probably mathematically 20% behind the scenes. We definitely need to break down more silver at quality 2 though, because we seem to be that's quite a significant difference in the yield of glass on quality 2 ore. Like I said, sample size is still small, so you know, time will tell. I'm basically ignoring the yield on diamonds at this point. 1.25% compared to 0.8% could average out eventually to be a 1% chance of a diamond per ore. This is all about trying to work out what the internal Blizzard numbers on the rates are, basically. Once you know that, you can extrapolate from those depending on how much ore you break down to do your calculators. Which is why I do it this way. Because you can then, once you've got foundation numbers without resourcefulness, you can math in resourcefulness at a later date. Such a weird bug. I flew around for at least 30 minutes thinking it was part of the story that I'd skipped or something. I need to spend just a few hours and just redo the campaign and go through the storyline and the different zones and stuff on a few characters. It's just finding a 4 or 5 hour window where I've got nothing else to do to sit down and do it, which doesn't seem to happen at the moment. 10k ore sample should be enough for an average weight. Yes, getting 10,000 quality 1 ore though is going to drive me to insanity, opening those flipping boxes. But yeah, you are right. Anything less than 10,000 is basically statistical anomalies at that point. I'm not going to go to that degree now. I can very easily get the data for the quality 2. Getting the data for the quality 1 is more painful. I need to think about how I deal with crushing as well. See, that's the next step of the equation. I'm going to actually keep all of these quality 1 materials because they're a pain in the ass to generate otherwise.
Glad I could help.
Isn't it hard to calculate because the resourcefulness tree is giving you 5%, 10%, and 25% back? Do you calculate assuming all the points are given on that tree? Oh, okay, yeah, I should explain in a bit more detail then. The assumption here on the data that I'm gathering, the assumption is knowledge point wise your full build. That's the assumption. Knowledge point wise your full build. There's only a very small window of opportunity for you to be less than full build. And so I go by the theory that you should have all of the knowledge points. Because, I mean, for starters, you don't get quality 2 gems out of quality 2 ore until you are full build in terms of skill. Yes, Blizzard have gone and complicated it a little bit by stacking up a resourcefulness refund built bump within the spec trees. But yeah, my baseline is on the assumption that knowledge point wise, you're 100%. Because the reality is you absolutely should be. You still should be pushing more. You should still be pushing into skilled shavings before skill, in my opinion, anyway. As this will allow you to prospect up until the point where you can prospect quality 2 and do it profitably. You do it the other way if you spend your knowledge points pushing for skill first. Sure, you'll probably beat some people to be able to mass produce quality 2 gems, but you sacrifice any form of profitability in the run up to that, which is, in my opinion, this expansion going to be shooting yourself in the foot because well, I haven't done the full numbers on full build outputs, but you're going to, just quick napkin maths here, you're looking at 30, 60, 90 points to be really good in 1 ore, plus 35, I'm going to assume, over here to get the resourcefulness, so 125 points. gets you like quote unquote full build. Then you just got to figure out about getting the better tools. You'll need at least rare tools. But yeah, the it's this one, isn't it? Refunds 5% more materials, 10% more materials, another 10% more materials, the final 25% more materials. I'm not going to bother with data. I'm not going to bother with tracking data for a uncapped knowledge point prospector because that won't last more than a week. And it's at that point where you are just going to need to be smart with your first allocation of points, but 125 points is basically full build. Quick maths. That will give you all the skill you need to be at, yeah, 125 points will give you the ability to take quality 2 ore and break it into quality 2 gems. Now, 125 points is going to be something that you probably won't be able to do in the first week, but you should be able to do in the second week. And the fact that we've got 4 weeks, the fact that we've basically got 3.5 weeks before the raid even opens. We've got 2 weeks before the raid opens, plus early access. So 3.5 weeks until the Mythic Plus dungeons open, and the Mythic dungeons open, and the raid opens. So you got plenty of time to be full build before the actual big demand for gems even kicks off. So I'm going to look at focusing on making sure that those first few weeks are also as profitable as possible. So I won't be pushing to prospect quality 2 or I'll be prospecting quality 1 or efficiently, if that makes sense. Focus on mass prospecting for the first couple of days. I need to calculate if it's better to have 30 points in resourcefulness or reach break points in prospecting tree. Well, you're going to have about 50 or so points, aren't you? Plus first time crafts to play with in the first week. Which, yeah. There's a significant breakpoint here. 30 points into the prospecting pro tree is a pretty significant breakpoint that you will want to hit. I will probably push for this, because this is all skill, right? This is just all skill. Other than the diamonds. 30 points in here is another significant breakpoint, actually. So you might want to put your... Yeah, it's going to be 50-50, isn't it? Are you going to hunt for diamonds? What's going to be more important? Is it going to be more important for you to get access to diamonds? Or is it going to be more beneficial to double up the chance of proccing gems? You might go 10... Oh, you don't need to put any points in here. You might go 10... 0, 30. 10, 0, 30. That's 40 points. And then push skilled shavings. That will be 75 points you'll need in week 1. Which means you're going to have to do some first time craft farming. And make sure that you get your knowledge points from the renown. Yeah. Yeah, week 1 prospecting build is an interesting one. You're going to have to farm first-time craft bonuses to hit both those checkpoints. You might not get this final one. But you've also got to think about the fact that how important is it going to be to get diamonds in those first couple of weeks, because realistically, how many people will be buying them? Yeah, that's interesting, actually. You are going to have to choose by the looks of things. Week 1, you might need to choose, do you optimize your resourcefulness? Or do you optimize for the 2 significant breakpoints, which are diamonds and double gems. Then you can build up your skill. Yeah, you don't actually, like, realistically, you don't actually need any more than 10 points in this first node until you're pushing to be able to prospect quality 2 gems. Or, sorry. Quality 2 gems, though. Quality 2 gems just won't exist for a while. Quality 2 gems are just not going to exist for a while. For a couple of weeks. Because the only way you get quality 2 gems is to put 90 points in here. Which is early access plus the first week. So on the first major reset is the first time you might see a steady supply of quality 2 gems hit the auction house. Chosen, how we doing? Welcome in. Good morning. Good morning, good morning. Welcome in. Thank you for bringing you and your crew. I hope you had a good stream. We're tinkering with some jewel crafting here at the moment. We're looking at prospecting now that prospecting has been fixed. Or at least it's fixed so that it functions in the way we expect it to function. I'll do the math, put the auction house price on the sheet and see which one I'll go for. I'll decide on launch. Well, I already know I'm going to have multiple prospectors in the first week anyway. The fact that I am not gambling a prospect, because you're going to have to choose copper, tin, or silver to begin with as well. Now, my suspicion is that tin and silver will be the more lucrative ones to prospect. But I'm not going to risk that. I'm still going to have at least 3 prospectors spec'd into these different directions. So that whichever does actually mathematically work out to be the best, I can hop on. And profit from. So there will be 3 prospectors being spun up in early access. But yes, that's kind of quite cool that you are going to have to... You might be forced week 1 to make that choice. Make that choice of, do I go for full resourcefulness? This last node, refunding 25% more mats. I'm not going to bother trying to test prospecting with and without this node, but it speaks for itself that 25% more resourcefulness is definitely a win. Is that a total of... We also need to... I wonder if this is additive or multiplicative. Because resourcefulness by default gives you 30% back. Is this going to be 35, 45, 55, 65, 75% of what you spend? Does this mean when resourcefulness procs you get 4 ore back? Or is it 25, 30, 40, 45% more than 30? So another 12 on top of 30, meaning you actually get 42% back. Basically meaning an average of 2 per every... Oh, I don't know. Numbers. We should figure all of this out. And that's before we take into consideration crushing. This is why jewel crafting is my favourite profession. It's just, you know, it's a big maths game. If you enjoy the maths and you figure out the maths, you know what to do at the right time. And it can be very profitable when comparing against the people that haven't done the maths. Let me blast another stack. Full stack of silver. Big blue, little blue. Cardboard box. Big blue, little blue. Need to keep an eye on resourcefulness. Resourcefulness seems to be proccing and giving 2 back, which is an indication that it's an additive... Sorry, a multiplicative addition from the spec trees. There's a standard resource proc giving you... It's interesting that it basically means that all of that extra plus resourcefulness gives you the chance to proc 3 reagents being saved. Whereas without it, you can only ever get a maximum of 2 being saved, I would imagine. Or it just doesn't work. This is the problem, right? Because it only uses, you know, you're using 5 ore. These numbers don't make sense. They're not nice, even numbers. There's no way that was a full stack. Why did it stop? There was no way that was a full stack. Where was it taking the ore from? Oh, it's kind of crashed because it's done a dum-dum. That's annoying. That's nowhere near a full stack. Flipping out. Yeah, the fact it seems to pull ore from all sorts of random locations. Meaning if you haven't pretty stacked your ore... I need flipping mass salvage assist. Okay, let's try that again.
I've been expecting you.
That's all of that data in the bin. Just do 200 prospects. That's all I want you to do. Don't be stupid, game. I wouldn't necessarily say that all of the beta professions are fixed, but updates have been made in some places. You know, this is where consistent weekly testing from now until the expansion launch is going to be needed. How much of the higher ore will be available at the start? Pretty much week 1 you'll see people being able to mine and ore, mine and herb high quality materials. You skill up to 100, you get your first stack of knowledge points, get your first weekly allocation. You can reach the threshold. With that, you'll easily be able to reach the threshold to start seeing quality 2 ore and herbs. You won't be doing it in your first hour of herbing and mining, but the skill numbers that they seem to have settled on are such that you will see quality 2 base materials in, you know, in early access. Where did me die? Okay, we diamonds are down there. Oh, you got your hive mind. Congrats. Seems like in Dragonflight we can only get 60 skill. Wait, what? Blacksmithing getting to skill 100 will be hard if not spec'd into epic crafts. That's always been a bit of an issue with blacksmithing, but from what I've seen from blacksmithing, there's no reason to level blacksmithing unless you're getting into epic crafts. The only other thing you could possibly be paying any attention to is mass producing the ingots, which I don't think is going to be very valuable of a career path for blacksmiths, honestly. You're either getting into profession tools or you're getting into epic gear with blacksmithing, really. They seem to have lent even harder into it being just purely a endgame gear crafting profession. $17, $16, we're nearly finished. Let's get the spreadsheet in. Right, this was quality 2 silver. Another 200 crafts. Turned up with 27 normals, 24 flawless, 28 normals, 21 flawless, and 5 diamonds. Significantly less than the 2 stacks previous, but has, very interestingly, rounded our average to exactly a 1%, which is what I suspected it's probably hard-coded in the game to be. I wonder if I should do 5,000 just so it's a nice round number for now. I don't know if I can be bothered sitting here watching it and waiting for it. This is like this data collection side of stuff is something I need to do off stream, really. But it's starting to put the pieces of the puzzle together, which is why it's interesting right now. Probably feels like this will round out to about a 2 to 2.5%. Between a 2 to 2.5% chance to get any of the gems. Equally distributed by the looks of things also, weirdly. Between normal and flawless. Which, what this is going to mean, though, is considering the flawless cuts are really actually all you're after. The trick here is going to be what to do with all of the... What do you do with all of the non-flawless variations? The reality is the flawless ones will either be sold directly or cut. And you're going to crush all of the basic ones, aren't you? Crushing all of the basic ones will get you the final material you need, which is the gemstones. So that's what you're probably going to be doing. You'll be taking all of the... You'll be then processing all of the normal ones and crushing them. Did we proc a double diamond up there? No. I am waiting for that to happen, by the way. The fact that when you proc a diamond, there's a chance for a second one. I'm waiting for that. Sorry, when you proc a gem, there's a chance for a second one. Although, that said, I don't think I've seen that happen once yet. Which... Oh no, there we go. The chance for it to proc a second one doesn't seem particularly high, though. Oh. Maybe I stand corrected. Normal, flawless, normal, flawless, diamond. Right spot. The Mega Shuffle lives. Yeah, we should pay we need to pay quite a bit of attention to engineering, I think, for that exact reason. That if engineering ends up being the profession that does the cleverness, or even if it's just to get the sparks of vanity, it probably will not be the cheap way to max your profession. But if it's a way of doing it whilst also farming up some appearances, it will appeal to some people. Has anybody looked at engineering since the new build? Have they changed the sparks of vanity, or the crafted, or the cosmetic items they then go on to craft? Are either of them sellable yet? Because that's what I really want. I don't care whether they let us sell... I don't really care if they let us sell the sparks of vanity or the cosmetic items, but I'd really like it if they could let us sell either or. Having it all being warbound is cool, but I'd hope they go one step further and makes at least one of it, like, sellable. Yeah, they do look to have adjusted dual crafting. The spec trees seem to work now. And it's balanced so that with a full build you can prospect quality 2 gems. Prospect quality 2 ore and guarantee quality 2 results. By 1 point though. There's not much in it. By 1 point you are going to need a full array of profession tools, and you're going to need a full 100 skill in jewel crafting to do it. Wasn't able to craft tier 2 vials without concentration. Oh, I haven't looked at that actually. Pre-patch event is up in Twilight Highlands. It's meant to launch on the 27th. What, is it really? Have they gone live with the pre-patch event early? Is that by design or is that an accident? I mean, that's funny if that's the case. Hang on. Huh. Interesting. That seems weird, doesn't it? We go and have a look. One thing I would say is there is an absolutely definite clear difference in the rate of stone and glass. We're actually slowly working towards getting twice as much stone out as we get glass, which is an interesting twist when prospecting quality 2 silver. Yet it gave the impression of being almost identical when prospecting quality 1. So if you're trying to get, like, if glass is, if there's a run on glass, prospecting quality 1 silver might be a better option. Hang on, I've just missed a call from the wife. Please hold. Okay. Right, we're back. We're all good. We're all good. Feels like they reduced development cycle to 18 months, but the development pace still targets 24. Oh dear. It's funny because it's true. Right, did I track all of this? I've actually completely lost track of what I'm doing. Did I track these numbers? 29, 22, 16, 24. I did. Right, okay. Should we go should we go poke about in Twilight Islands? I'm intrigued now. I'm intrigued. You've piqued my curiosity. We can come back to this in a minute. Are the event phased away just now? On the phone with the wife crack. So I wish it was a beer. Elon will approve. I'm not drinking it out of a fancy wine glass though. I was just killing mobs and now it's gone. Let's go and have a look.
May the eternal sun shine.
Let's listen a bit. Ooh. Flipping out frames. Give me the frames. Where was it? Twilight Highlands. Let's see if we can spot it. Let's see if we can spot it. An early cheeky preview. One's Twilight Highlands. This one. Out of curiosity, what brought you to Twilight Highlands anyway?
Go forth to victory.
Oh.
Strength.
It won't give me the flight thing. Oh, my graphics settings are on like 0. You're right here for lumber, were you? All looks relatively normal to me. All looks relatively normal to me. Does your Roots add-on work now? Pretty much all add-ons work if you update the TOC file. There's no reason for there's no reason for Roots to not work. You I don't know if it's been manually updated by the add-on author, but for any add-on, for those watching, paying attention, you go to your install location, which is usually C program files 86, World of Warcraft, retail, interface, add-ons. You can go to the add-on in question, Roots, then there's a .toc file. You can edit that. Right click, open with Notepad. And you'll see at the top here, interface. It's probably that one. 11.0.2.0. Okay, so this hasn't been updated for a while. You can change this to 12.0.0.0.0. Click save, and it will load. You can basically do that same thing with any add-on, and it will make it load. Let it load. Save it before exiting, then it'll work normally. That's all it is. It's just like they've basically stated that all add-ons must be at least of this level before they can load. It's just Blizzard's way of making sure that they can limit customer service related issues with all of the add-on changes. Your add-on must be at least, you know, updated within the last couple of weeks for it to, you know, load at all. Kind of annoying, but it's a thing. It will take a while for the original add-on authors to come through and update that at their end and upload the uploaded version, but for now it's a good enough fix. I do have level 80 mobs here though. Got level 80 mobs here. These fellas are all... These fellas are level 80. Got 800 experience for a normal mob in the event and 2.2k for one of the elites. Oh, the event will definitely be good for... The event will definitely be good for leveling alts. Pre-patch event always is. What? I use the PTR to test. We can just do it on live. Yep. Voice of the Eclipse. Oh, hello. There he is. Who's this dude? Is he a normal rare that's here, meant to be here anyway? Can't do that while stunned. Why am I stunned? The War Within army needs to be leveled to the Midnight army. Well, of course, you won't be able to go past level 80 until Midnight launches, but yeah, if you're trying to get... If you've still got a whole bunch of level 70s that you need to get to 80, the pre-patch event will be a good way to do it. Mine are all 72, so it needs to level them up. This dude absolutely nukes my pet, though. Is this just a regular rare that spawns in Twilight Highlands anyway, or is this... What is this dude? It is the event one. Defeat one of each of the bosses being summoned by the Twilight Blade in the Twilight Highlands during the midnight pre-launch events. Valor Stones, some carved crest, 121 champion gear. Lol. This is on retail. This is on live. For some reason it's for some reason, some aspects of it seem to have triggered early. Did they push a retail build last night or something? Let's see you in 2 weeks. Can you imagine I get banned for doing that? Can you imagine? It'd be funny, wouldn't it? It'd be easier shit to track though, wouldn't it? Because it has is linked to an achievement. I'll pick up some lumber, that way I've got an excuse. I was here for some lumber. But you've never taken your hunter to Twilight Highlands for lumber before. Convenient. Oh yeah, 12 hours ago there was a build. Maybe whoever pushed that build didn't double check that the they disabled the event first. Funny. Alright, well I've absolutely zero intention to start trying to kill rares out here now. There's plenty of time to do that next week anyway. Plenty of time to farm the shit out of this next week, but there's part of me that's tempted to actually do the quest lines out here, just because I know phasing is going to be an absolute flipping ball ache of problems. Ah, the volatile dudes, are these scaled up to 80 now as well? Are we going to see a bit of a price hike on volatile water because nobody can farm these fuckers? Ah, these are level 80 now. Oh, they're still basically a two-shot by the looks of things. It's already happened, does it really? Somebody already decided that volatile water now needs to be 1,000 gold apiece. Where'd it go? Somebody has already. It has already been reset. It's up from 25 gold to like 32 gold. That's funny. Goblins do goblin things. I mean, it doesn't appear as if it's that much more difficult. It's probably not Boomkin single moonfire dot, but I still think Boomkins are gonna... Who sits up here? Is that same? Oh god, no multi-shot! Fuck, I hate my hunter right now. Lizard, you fucked up BM so hard. Wanted a quick tag on about 15 mobs there and I couldn't do it because stupid wild thrash me pet was in fucking Africa. Hello? Hello? Unironically, I need that. I'm gonna go hand that in. That's like literally one of the very last recipes I need for jewel crafting. My damage numbers aren't showing again either. Why? is because at some point I've had classic numbers on. And now I don't have classic numbers on. It has stolen my damage numbers. Can anybody remember the command line to switch damage numbers on and off? Somebody will have that to hand, I know they will. You used to be able to turn them on and off in the options, but for some reason they removed that option. So you have to do it via command console now. We found student's child that's farming volatiles after the video. Oh, did he do a video on this, did he? I mean, another one, I mean. He's probably done 50 videos on this farming spot over the years, but... Or is that how you guys found out about it in the first place? I'm quite sure this jewel crafting recipe is, like... actually a jewel crafting recipe I need. Maybe not. What expansion was it from? I thought it was Cataclysm. Oh, maybe I have it. Dream Owl. Thought you only got these if you didn't have the... Ghostbusters. Banging tune. Is it literally just the flipping... these ones and the elemental lariat? Is that all I'm missing with jewel crafting these days? Yeah. Okay. Well. Volatiles are up in cash monies. Thank you very much for the console command. Exactly what I was looking for.
I understand your frustration, Gaora, but do not rush to conclusions.
Yeah, there we go. We've got numbers back. Numbers! Nice. Right, well, I don't really need to be here particularly, do I? Don't really need to be here. We're just seeing if the Twilight Highlands thing works, and it's funny because it does. It's funny because it does. Back to beta. Back to the beta. Last week a remix, I got the rank 3 jewel crafting recipe from Halls of Valor. Took me almost 80 runs. Combining heroic and mythic. Was the last jewel crafting recipe for Legion. What a pain. I'm not sure if I've ever bothered to get all of the higher rank ones, but I tend to prefer or focus on just getting access to the recipe at least. Wait, volatile water went from 22 gold to 200? Oh god. So funny. Like, I've tried to avoid stuff like that historically. Putting out a video, especially now with the region-wide auction house, Like, literally the very first person to see the video is the one that goes and just does the crazy thing. And then everybody else is like, wow. Ah. It's all a bit silly. Right, I need to smush down some more rocks then. I was saying sun vials, are these no, these are still weirdly broken. These haven't been fixed. These still weirdly require concentration to make. Which, flipping hell if that goes live. If that goes live, flipping, oh my god. Alchemy is going to be very interesting if the supply of high quality vials is based on concentration. That's, I mean, that's not going to be a thing though, is it? They'll come in and change this number. Same with lenses. Lenses are still broken as well. Prisms are still technically broken. The fact that the numbers are all the same level of broken, is it still just one of the spec trees? Something over here is still probably just not working, right? Oh, my profession gear is min-maxed. It's probably something over here. I bet if you dig down into it, you'll find that some of these nodes just don't give the skill they're meant to. That was the thing we had with prospecting, which they've now fixed. These nodes now give the skill they're meant to. Did they fix it so it gives correct stats? Well, the profession gear, resourcefulness, crafting speed, multi-craft ingenuity, resourcefulness. I think the dual crafting stuff always was fine. I think the dual crafting ones always were fine. I know, like, enchanting has a... Have they fixed the enchanting hat? That's a good question. No, enchanting had a weird... The tailor crafted enchanting hat was giving deafness or something stupid. I wonder if they fixed that. Decor prices are going up. I love this. I'm telling you. Soon as people get distracted by something else, the supply of decor is going to grind to a halt because farming lumber is the... No, the flipping tailoring hat is still broken.
Hello.
But if we try and order a new one. Yeah. Deafness and perception. Whoops. At least the epic one can be ordered now. That's one step in the right direction. The reason I've got a blue one in the first place is because you couldn't place an order for the epic one last time. Or is it maybe that tailors can't actually get the recipe to craft this one? There was some reason to why I made a blue one and not an epic one. Either it was the fact that you couldn't order it, or it's the fact that tailors can't actually make them because they can't get the recipe or something. You see if tailors actually have the recipe. Oh, here we go. I'll tell you what, I'll put in an order. I'll put in an order for one, and then we'll see if my tailor can make it. Profession equipment, chanting, accessories, personal order.
May the stars guide you.
Tailoring can even make it. I think I made 1.2 mil this week with Decor only, and it's not even the end of the week. Single account crafting and selling Decor on a bunch of realms. Decor's goated, man. I'm telling you, Decor's going to be here for a while. Decor's going to be here for a while. People who get on board with it now, get the operation up and running, get their stock in place, understand where to farm the lumber efficiently. People who do the legwork now are going to have an absolute field day. Oh yeah, maybe it's I can't get the recipes yet. Maybe that's what it is.
Something special?
They added them to the tailoring trainer, maybe. Aha. No, they're not the right ones. They're the flipping cosmetics.
Go in peace.
And where's the profession stuff then?
I've
They added them to this vendor? Oh, he says 18 now. They added them to the end of this dude. No, they're the blue ones. No, that's why. That's why.
We shall meet again.
I've got a personal order for a recipe I don't own
Greetings, traveler.
that I can't get.
Ancestors watch over you.
Apparently I don't even have an order. That doesn't make sense. I just sent myself an order. I've not learnt the recipe. What if I use the brain thing? Is there any reason why I'm not using the brain on this character before I do it? Probably not. No. So, alchemy, chest piece, chef's hat, enchanter's hat, herbalist hat, the tailor chest piece are just not going to get tested because they haven't given us the recipes. Herbalism doesn't matter. Chef's hat doesn't really matter. Alright. More squirrels. More squirrels. Back to jewel crafting. I need to finish the first squirrel that we started with hours ago. Gotta get one squirrel out the way. Get one squirrel out the way, then we can figure out the other ones. Do I think, minus actually slamming some data into it, that this sheet's about where we need it to be, at least to track the numbers. For both silver, thorium, we can start to generate what the rates are. I should probably do at least one stack of each just to check that the sheet works more than anything else. Give me a stack of quality 1 copper. We got loads of that fucking stuff. Loads of that stuff. It's easy. It's a stack of quality 1 copper. 200 crafts. Go. Stone, glass. Purple, blue. Purple, blue, green, red, diamond. Purple, blue, green, red, and then diamond. What was this? Quality 1. Need to put the date that we do this in the sheet as well, so I don't cross-pollinate data. 23rd of the 1st. That way, when I come back to this sheet in the future, I know how long it's been since I collected the data for that material. Then we've got to figure out. Then we've got to figure out how we go about dealing with crushing. So that's a huge component because absolutely none of the prospecting is going to give us any of the gem dust. Actually, thinking about it, we're going to need a tailor-made crusher to supplement all of this as well. So that's 1, 2, 3, probably 4 prospectors minimum that we need to or 4 dual crafting characters we need to spin up minimum in early access. There's a strong chance that that will end up being expensive because there will come a point where we'll need to get 100 skill in all of those, and they'll need their profession tools ASAP as well. But the reason being is we'll have 1 for copper, 1 for tin, 1 for silver, and then 1 that sits on the side doing all the crushing to make the dust. Now, long term, or well, medium term, we will probably only have 1 of the prospectors running at any one point, meaning the other, that will tie up 1 account doing some prospecting, but it won't tie up all of the accounts. 17, 14, 13, 12. These seem relatively normal numbers. 4, 227, 127. Quality 1 ore. One thing I am starting to see is that quality 1 ore seems to have a much higher rate for stone than glass. Whereas quality 2 ore... Oh no. Oh god. Oh, okay. Let's not draw conclusions yet because they're wrong. Ignore my conclusions. Ignore my conclusions. Or 2 conclusions at the end. I wonder if actually some of the rates are... This is why you have to test things, don't you? Just because they've fixed the numerics behind the scene doesn't mean that the rates are finished yet.
Don't be a stranger.
We need quality 1 tin. Have we got a full stack of quality 1 tin? We do. I don't need to move. I'm already here. Do the stack of tin. Quality 1 tin. Purples, then greens, then diamonds, stone, then glass. All the accounts. Dare I ask how many you're running right? Oh, 5. And I only plan to have 5. Prospectors, millers, what other shufflers are there? Disenchanters fall into that category. There is probability for engineering with recycling. Yeah, prospecting, milling, disenchanting. I'm sure there'll be others. I'm not sure. Just 5. I admire your restraint. 5 copies of Epic Midnight. Probably, yeah. I haven't actually decided if I am going to early access all of this. It is going to come at an absolute monster of a cost to upgrade all 5 accounts. It's not cheap to upgrade, you know, it's not cheap to buy 5 Midnight accounts in the first place, but it's doubly expensive to give them all Epic, and it's literally only for a 3-day window. It means that they have to be so outrageously lucrative in those first 3 days to justify doing it. And it means I'm not going to upgrade them to Epic until I have finalized exactly what I'm going to be doing during that early access phase. Because I'm not going to spend it and then not use it. Not spending a fortune for 3 days of game time. You see, the thing is, right, is I love making gold and all that, but I don't need any more gold. I do it because it's enjoying. I enjoy it. If early access for me ends up being sit back, chill, level a couple of characters, not worry about it, because I'm not really convinced there's much of a rush to do anything in early access. You know, I could chill for a few days early access. Who knows? The fucking auction house might break again and we won't be able to sell anything during early access anyway. If something like that happens again, I'm going to be absolutely kicking myself. So, you know, it's one of those. It's a double the expense if for a 3-day window that I really, really, really do need to decide if it's worth it for me to do. And the only way I'll be able to figure that out is to decide exactly what I plan to do during early access. And then I can do some napkin maths to see if it's going to be worth doing. To be honest, the only rush I can think of could be gathering. I'm not going to be multi-box gathering, I can tell you that for a fact. There's absolutely zero chance you'll get me doing that. Absolutely zero chance. So that's, while I agree with you that is a very easy, straightforward way of making a stack load of gold, I know categorically that I will not spend early access farming all day. Nope. I can stomach an hour or two's worth of farming, but I'm not going to be spending 8 hours a day for 4 days. No. Absolutely not. I don't care how much gold it makes. I live by the theory of that if it's not fun, I'm not going to do it. And that to me sounds so far away from fun. 222 stone. Definitely more stone than glass on these. Definitely more stone than glass.
What's the word on the street? Glad I could help.
Okay, that's all of the quality. That's some basic data for quality 1 stuff. It's weird. The numbers are looking relatively different. Rates on the gems between tin and silver look to be within margin of error. You know, give or take 2%, 2.2%, probably 2.5 is what's coded into the game would make sense. 2.5% chance to get one of the gems, and it seems to be relatively... There's certainly not big enough outlier to say that it's split any differently. 2.5% chance of a gem. Probably a 1% chance. 1% chance to get a diamond. Maybe slightly less. Or it could be exactly 0.8, but that seems like a weird thing to code into the game. But then copper. Copper seems to have half... Admittedly, low sample size, don't shoot the messenger, but it definitely looks like copper has less of a chance to proc diamonds. And also less of a chance to proc any gem whatsoever. So it will be up to the mathematical calculator to show where the value lies in these other materials. But long term... See, there's an interesting scenario here. That if you get all of the gems and you crush all of the gems... Well, you get substantially more gems from tin. More gems in total. Basically twice as many gems, it looks like. Yeah. You're probably not going to be prospecting copper. The only time you're going to prospect copper, it looks to be, is if there's a massive run on diamonds. And if you can cover your cost if you can cover your cost by selling the diamond and everything else is a win, you'll prospect copper. But you're going to take all of the basic gems in copper and you're going to smush them down into dust. You'll take some of the stone you get to do that. So you'll recycle some of the stone, recycle all the gems so that you end up with basically glass, dust, and a bit of bonus stone. Meaning that stone will always... It definitely feels like stone is always, always, always going to be a byproduct. You're never going to consume anywhere near enough stone to consume all of it. And there's nowhere for it to go. So stone is likely to go in the bin in terms of price very quickly. You use only one of it to crush gems, and you produce flipping 10 times the amount of it than you need. Only one of it goes into a vial, which realistically the only time stone is going to be used to produce vials is going to be high quality stone, when people are mass producing high quality vials, assuming they fix this. There's no outlet for because you don't craft normal quality vials because you buy them from a vendor. So there's never going to be... Normal glass and normal stone is just not going to be consumed here. Arguably as well. Yeah, where is the... There isn't really... It doesn't really feel like there's an outlet for normal quality stone anywhere. 20 of it in a piece of decor. 25 in a piece of decor. I don't think the demand for this decor is going to make up for the quantity of stone that's going to be in surplus. Stone's required by some other professions, I think. En masse, though? Or just, like, casually? What's it called? Dusk Shrouded Stone. It's used in a embellishment. It's used in one of the embellishments for leatherworking, but two. Jewel crafting, all the jewel crafting. It's 5 of it goes into a piece of decor with enchanting. Blacksmithing takes a little bit to make the razor stones. but it's 1 each time. I think they need to 10x the amount of stone consumed in some of these things, you know. Genuinely, I think they need to 10x the amount of stone used in these. Or 10x it in crushing at least. Inscription, 1 piece of stone in a cipher. Who cares? Yeah, it's not used en masse anywhere. Stone's going to absolutely stack up and up and up and up and up, and it'll have nowhere to go. Stone will be silver by the end of the day. There's absolutely nowhere for it to go. Partly making me think that 10xing the amount that goes into crushing. Because you are, for the most part, going to smush all of your green gems down. You'll smush all of the green gems down. To get you dust. But the maths on this will be as simple as, you know, you'll do some rates on this as well, obviously. We'll track that, but the fact you can't throw cut gems in here as well makes the crushing side of things much more straightforward. Calculate. Why are they allowing rank 1 vials from vendors? Isn't that stupid? It's just always been a thing. That's the problem. It's just always been a thing, and it's predominantly because alchemists don't make vials themselves. And so there's always been the argument that, well, alchemists should be able to buy a basic vial off a vendor. I agree, it kind of scuffs things, but it worked in the War Within because we had 3 qualities. So you had quality 2 vials, and you had quality 3 vials. In Dragonflight, it was dumb because you only used quality 2 vials. Because you were dealing with inspiration to make quality 3 anyway. I don't think you even needed quality 3 vials in Dragonflight. I still think for the most part in Dragonflight you used vendor vials. They've never quite got this right. But the vials do play some part in the top end of alchemy at least, because, you know, crafters, alchemists will need top end vials this time. But of course everybody doing flasks with concentration, which is a 0 build day 1, spam them out build, high quality flasks will be very easy to produce and might actually be so easy to produce via concentration that they will dip below the mass-produced price. So much so that the consumption of high-quality vials is limited. Potions, it's a different story because there's... people won't be using concentration on the potions as much. Okay, what am I missing some basic data from? Need some data for quality 2 copper and quality 2 tin. Well, fortunately, that's an easy one. Quality 2 copper, quality 2 tin is easy to do. Quality 2 copper, go. Purple, blue, green, red, diamond. Why no purple gems? Give me perps. We've even had diamonds before we've had a purple gem. There we go. Yeah, the fact that there is 0 chance for flawless gems in copper, even max build. 0 chance for flawless gems will basically mean you will be, the only way you'll prospect copper is if the diamond price is high enough to basically recycle everything into dust and diamonds, spin a profit on the copper. But the consumption of copper everywhere else is probably going to force that to not be a scenario. Yeah, silver and tin still looks like the probable money makers. That means a low copper price. Well, no, not really. If anything, it's the opposite. The fact that copper is consumed in so many other places as well is what will keep the price of the copper up, which will probably also contribute to the fact that you won't be prospecting it. Yes, you're like, the theory goes is that it's the common ore, and because of that, it should be the cheapest. It's got a better chance of being the cheapest this time. Because we use the we use the stone for crushing instead of bismuth. Got to remember, in the War Within, we used bismuth for fucking everything, and we used it for crushing to get the dust. This time they've chosen to use the stone to get the dust as a catalyst. So there's less. There's less reason there. What I learned from the past expansions is never say that a material is useless. Blizzard did turn around and change the materials needed for some of the crafts, and their prices went way up from silvers to actual value. They messed around with jewel crafting a couple of times in Season 1 last expansion, yeah. They messed around with it a few times, but one of the main reasons was that the glass and the stone was like non-existent at the very beginning, if I remember correctly. And then they buffed the shit out of it because there was no stone to make the, you know, this is, you couldn't do, prospecting was causing dust to be outrageously expensive, and there was no glass to go into alchemy, to go into vials, to go into alchemy. There was this weird scenario right at the beginning where you were paying like 200 gold for the vial for your alchemy, and then 50 gold worth of herbs to go in it. It was kind of backwards. So they jacked the shit out of the prospecting yields for glass in the first couple of weeks, if I remember right. Meant all prospectors had to go out and, you know, do all their data collection again, and it screwed with everything for a few days. Luckily, I'd already made like 7 or 8 million off prospecting by that point, so I was like, whoa, I'm gonna leave it there. I'd already got in and made my bag and was out, but right, what we got here? We got 10, we got 12, we got 18. Seems like an unnaturally high number there, but and 6, flipping out. 210. Yeah, 176. Definitely, we have never once had more glass than we had stone prospecting anything so far. We're always getting more stone than we are glass. There's no way that stone has got anywhere like to go. No way it's got anywhere to go. First herb from midnight on the auction. Yeah, I know. There's midnight materials on the auction house. It happens every pre-patch. People were in Eversong Woods yesterday. That was the problem.
Just the thing for you.
Prospect stack of tin. What's tin? Not that one. That one. Where's me diamonds? Where's me flawless perps? Me a flawless perp. You're saying the price of stone is going to hit rock bottom? Ba-dum-tsh. Decor market seems legit. Might start tomorrow. Been telling you for weeks, Goldson. I've been trying to tell everybody. I genuinely feel that the expansion gold rush started on the 2nd of December. And everybody that's like casually waiting for midnight to launch for the gold rush are going to be like, where's the gold rush? It's like I'm very concerned. Oh, obviously nobody does anything at the beginning of the expansion for free, so the people that will win still are people who are farming. This is what, like I've been saying, I'm very much convinced that midnight is going to heavily favour people farming, but have a very small window of opportunity for crafting. I listened and then stumbled into 2 million. Yeah, exactly. Like, people have made enough. People have made more from Decor in the past month and a half than they usually make at the beginning of an expansion. And that, to me, is a true indication that the early expansion gold rush has been going for 6 weeks already. Right, a few more crafts and then we've at least got a little bit of data, a little bit of info from all of the ores and the different variations. It will still take, you know, a sample size of 10,000 of each to get true values, but I need something in the sheet so then I can build a calculator off the back of it. Calculator that should hopefully give us a heads up to what price we should pay for our ore relative to the price of the gems. And also whether you should look at selling the gems or break them down into dust first. $19, $16, $33, $24. Both of those values seem weirdly high. 235, 134. Huge difference between stone and glass again. Silver's ended up balancing out, but did have some wild swings. 30 and 21 versus 14 and 18. Then 21, 28, 24, 27, they're sort of normal, relatively balanced. These were relatively balanced. Yeah, this is probably just an anomaly. Tin and silver looks to be about 2.5% chance to get any of the gems. And 0.8% chance, between 0.6 and 1.1, so probably averaging out to about 1% chance of getting a diamond, whether you're prospecting tin or silver. And the fact that if you need all of the gems, which in theory you are going to need, you need all of the, you need one of each of the flawless gems to make the, flipping out, what's it called? The prism. You need one of each. So if you want to be self-sufficient in creating, if you want to have a source of materials for making these as well, you're going to need to prospect both tin and silver in order to get these. Then a 1% chance of diamonds by the looks of things. Reasonable. Right, boys and girls, I'm going to leave it there for today though. I'm getting the feels now. I'm getting the feels that we are seeing enough in the beta that we can start putting some work together to start building up the bigger picture. It would still be nice if they would do the one thing that I really want them to do, which is to fix the flipping these things and put Moxie on them. I wish they'd flipping tell us how much Moxie is going on these things. I wonder how long it's going to be before I start to heavily consider the option that there isn't going to be Moxie on them. I haven't really given that much of a valid thought that there is a possibility. I hope it's a small possibility, but there is a possibility that they don't put Moxie on crafting these, which in my opinion would be absolutely fucking ludicrous, because that means you will have access to a full set of tools literally day one. There'll be somebody out there that will be able to craft those. Heck, you might even be able to do them yourself with like custom alts to do it. They've got to put Moxie on them. Otherwise, all of this turns up day one, which is a wild thing to consider. That's only a small chance, but we're like a month away. We're like a little over a month, like a few days over a month away from the expansion launching, and we need to see what's going on with these. They want the game to be easier. Don't forget that. What? True. Shit will be real easy. Shit will be real easy if you can go out and get a full set of profession tools day one. You will see max builds turning up literally day one. I mean, we were seeing that potential. We saw that potential with the shuffle in the War Within. So maybe they don't put Moxie on it. I don't know. Maybe they're keeping the Moxie count secret until live releases. Who knows what they're doing? Who knows? They haven't told us. We are guessing, but yeah. But anyway, boys and girls, I'm going to leave it there for today. And in turn, probably I'm going to leave it there for the week. There's a good chance I'll be tinkering and doing stuff over the weekend, but I'm not sure if I'll throw the stream up while I'm doing it. I'm at the point now where I really do need to start putting some video content together and getting the guide finished. A Goblin Guide to Midnight is well underway, by the way. The main guide is in construction. I've chipped away at quite a lot of it. I want to get a rough outline for all of the sections done at least before I share it with people. But this is coming. This is coming. It's on its way. The lumber guide for lumber is out. Oh, that's lumber farming routes. Where's the Goblin Guide to Decor? The Goblin Guide to Decor is out and complete. So Patrons, if you don't have access to this yet, make sure you've linked your Patreon. Gold Goblins on Patreon, link to the Discord if you haven't already. Grab your guide to Decor. Like I said, I'm pretty convinced this is going to be... I'm pretty convinced that this is where the gold is throughout all of midnight, to be honest. Getting up and running with this now, figuring this out now, will give you such a leg up on everybody that won't start it until midnight. And I genuinely do think it's the path to success. I think the gold rush began December the 2nd, and so many people are waiting for the expansion to come back in and make a few million gold when they could actually do it before the expansion even launches if they were proactive. So anyway, this isn't a shameless promo. We're going to raid over to the 24/7 channel. The 24/7 channel should be what VOD's up and running on the 24/7 channel right now. Patch day. Patch day in 11.2. This is a slightly a few months older. This one, August VOD. It's an old one. My watch time doesn't move. I can't get past 5 points. There seems to be an issue with stream elements that I will look into and will fix. But there's also a bit of a giveaway over on the VOD channel. But I do need to make sure that flipping stream elements is doing its thing. I will get that fixed. I will get that fixed. But boys and girls, thank you for joining. Slim chance of a bonus stream over the weekend, but I'm not guaranteeing anything. So if I don't see you over the weekend, have a wonderful weekend, and I will catch you all on Monday. Thanks for sticking by. Peace.